it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to Criminality. Most of you just left me on another stream. So thank you for coming over. I hope the portal worked for you. Sleuthy's back here somewhere. Let me get her ass up here. Hi, Sleuthy. I don't know if you're still doing laundries.
I'm doing laundries and the thingamajiggy.
Oh, and the spreadsheet. Oh yeah. You were like, I've got to get that done now that it's in my brain.
Yeah, and also I'm annoyed by the 3 seconds. Yeah, so now I need to go get his and see which ones are not the same.
Oh, Sleuthy's got a whole new thing to do with her spreadsheet.
Thankfully, they haven't sent. I mean, would I like it? I would like to have his full thing, but it probably just would create more stuff.
Yeah, you'd feel more overwhelmed. It's better this way that you can get this part done and then get the next part in.
Yeah.
So today we are discussing the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. We are doing a rewatch, so a little bit of a trial rewind. We've done this for most of the testimony. We've been doing the people that are not testifying in trial 2, or at least not for the Commonwealth. So we've covered more of the Alberts, the McCabes. We did Trooper Paul. So you can find them on old stream. So Trooper Paul, Chris and Julie Albert. We've covered Matt McCabe, Allie McCabe, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert, Proctor. I feel like I'm missing somebody. But so we've been going through all of the old testimony from trial number 1 so that you guys can either re-listen just for fun, because some of these testimonies are kind of funny, or those of you who didn't follow trial 1 but are now following trial 2, so you get all the information that has kind of been out there. We're going to start off with Brian Albert. Brian Albert is the homeowner of 34 Fairview, where John's body was found in the front yard. We've listened to his wife, Nicole Albert. His son, Brian Albert Jr., was the one who was having the birthday party at his house with his friends, Sarah Levinson and Juliana Nagel. And his daughter is Caitlyn Albert, who was at the bar with him and him in the group. Is there anything else I need to kind of clarify about?
I don't think so. So he's the owner of the house. Oh, he's also a third-party suspect for this current trial and the other one. Why don't I hear you?
I'm here. Sorry, I was reading. Susan said that they showed another clip of Karen Reed today at the end of trial before the Commonwealth rested. I don't think we saw that.
No, we must have missed it.
Yeah, I don't remember there being a clip. We'll have to go back and watch it tomorrow morning then.
I did hear that, though. I think I did hear that.
All right, when we start in the morning, we'll just play that clip and then listen to him say that he rests, and then we'll start with tomorrow morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that we have it on the trial streams, because it doesn't make sense to do it here. Okay, so he was a Boston cop. Yes, he was a Boston cop, and he's now retired. Third-party suspect, you're going to learn that he destroyed his phone, well, got a new phone right before the preservation order was given by the judge for him to have to save his phone.
Don't tell them all the things.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm like, okay, what else can I say? Okay, that's it. Okay, we'll start. So this is Brian Albert, the homeowner who is butt buddies with Brian Higgins. So Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, and here we go.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Remember, he's a cop, and he's testified a lot in other cases. He also was on a TV show.
Boston's finest.
Boston's Finest, that's what it was.
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norway?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norway with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Actually, just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by age.
Sure, the next sibling after me is my sister, Kathleen. Then I have a brother, Chris, a brother, Kevin, a brother, Keith, a brother, Brendan, and a brother, Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes,
And how many children do you
5.
have? And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlyn's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident of Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and the kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And you work, sir?
I did retired. Now retired.
What did you retire from?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you with that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew or were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, a professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened with them?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning, so we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charleston?
It was at a police station, Charlestown station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
That was a reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge,
Was that personal vehicle or work?
work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes,
About how long a drive is that?
maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the Waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the Waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in, I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlyn. I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what married is the name of.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in one?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the Waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away from the band?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the Waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do there?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table.
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that night?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the Hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury.
I forgot how much it bugs me about how he answers questions. He's just like, yes, yes, yes. And they talk about the high top tables so much in this trial that Sleuthy put it on the bingo card for trial number 2. Yes.
You know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night, but I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
About how many members or how many people are on Boston Police?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did you work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard about?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and
Considered him.
I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
They don't understand how to rank friendship in this group of people, ever. You'd met him. He was an acquaintance and a fellow cop. Yeah, you could have seen yourself being friends with him and been cool to hang out with him. You were not his fucking friend.
Right.
And neither was Chris. Chris didn't even have his fucking phone number until that day.
Yep. Which is why, well, maybe Julie did, but that was another reason why I found it strange when they said that they had sent that picture of them on his fence, that they had texted it to him, but he didn't remember who took the picture or who texted him.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously somebody else was there. He said something like, and so we took like somebody else's picture was taken there too, or something like that. Like they weren't the only ones who did that. I remember how he said it now. Ugh. Forgot how much these people bother me. None of them went to his funeral. A couple of them went to his wake, but none of them were at his funeral.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the defendant. Just for clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the Hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by day, I'm sorry, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction or more than one interaction with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving or left or transferred. And, you know, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as Lieutenant Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall that night?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it was just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife Nicole, my daughter Caitlyn, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when? I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was it?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday.
It
So
ended up being his
I was
birthday.
just gonna I just literally just unmuted to say that, Sleuthie.
Fucking weirdo.
Right? Well, you know, it ended up being. We were like, hey, it's
So
Brian
it wasn't
Higgins'
gonna
birthday.
be like it wasn't his actual birthday, but then it ended up being that way.
It ended up being that way.
23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife Nicole mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as the awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34 Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video of the waterfall.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, direct your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize. If any.
With the time band across the top there, I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds.
My true secret. So much good.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards the door?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy, and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbon. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds. You take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Now, generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot.
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And specifically, you're the one driving. Is that correct?
yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back to your house?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlyn.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, has changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that. It had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time of January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape.
Or Edge.
Someone could have had that at Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins also are coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the, we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had two friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacation.
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his two friends was there?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
About how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18, 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the two girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the two girls. Brian and the two girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So when my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left.
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? What I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or...
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
When you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night. And then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house?
Why do you have to escort this dog around? If it's only not other dog friendly, there's no other dogs in the house, but yet he's escorting the dog everywhere it goes. And then he has to bring it back up to the room. Like, I don't know, as a dog owner, like the dog's just there. Like sometimes if we're having like a barbecue or a bunch of food or something, you have to like make sure Ursa's like somewhere that she can't get access to it. Because the other day, like a week ago, she ate all of Mike's steak. She ate the whole fucking thing. Let me just tell you. So sometimes you have to keep her away from the food, but she's supposedly people friendly. So why are you escorting the dog to the room and locking her away? And you had to get her out of the room. So she's already been kept in the room. So it wasn't because there was all these people, because at one point there was only 3 or 4 people. Do I think Chloe's still alive? I have no idea. I don't believe that Chloe is Cora. I don't buy that. I do not buy that. So I'm afraid of dogs, all dogs. And when I go to people's homes with dogs, they offer to put them away. Interesting. I don't know if anybody ever testified about being afraid of dogs that was there that night. Just weird. I don't know if I'm escorting my dog around. I just feel like there's something going on.
Was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos were we talking about?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time were we talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down, people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day. Yes.
And so, at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
And when you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the two Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlyn.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
And who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
About how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, you share a bedroom with, did she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
With when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that? Let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't. But it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV, and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset. almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in the room?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Next question, please, sustain. What's your foundation?
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
There's some going to allow with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them.
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was. Yes.
Did you socialize or a friend or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lank, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lank at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
Do you know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred?
Broken Baker, he's like a vampire and he was invited in. He was invited in, but according to Jen McCabe, he just like followed her in the house and just stood there in the foyer. And then they came downstairs from being woken up. You don't see my air quotes. And they just saw him there. He was just standing there.
In the kitchen.
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with him on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them. Is that correct?
Yes. The second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife, Nicole, my sister-in-law, Jen, her husband, Matt, had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins.
Why did you call Brian?
because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what
Why?
had happened.
Why?
And as far as
Why? Why was it important? Why did he need to know what was going on and what happened? Why?
you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house, and my sister-in-law Julie also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law Julie came by your house that day?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law Julie was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
He does realize like his son's birthday was the entire day, right? Like it wasn't just that night. He just says like she wanted to come by because my son Brian's birthday was that night. No, sir, it was his birthday the entire day.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house, and I think she came back later in the morning, so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law Julie came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in the house?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with a coffee, the police were not there.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it, and I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor. and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name, Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper Yuri?
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've
Her
known.
husband isn't capable of taking care of his wife? He's not capable of that? Or is it because you're Brian Albert?
Since she was how old?
6, 7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
No,
And,
that was
at-
Chris Albert. I married the wrong sister is Chris Albert, who said he should have married Jill Daniels, the crazy one that went after Turtle Boy. But there's a lot of speculation on the lifestyle of all of the McAlberts, all the McCabes and the Alberts, and that they have swapped. They have done some swappy with the wives. I don't have any proof of that, but it has been talked about quite a bit.
The point that you're going over.
I think it also has a lot to do with the speculation into why Karen's calling John a pervert on the phone, on the voicemails. But then other people say that's just another word that they use in that area. So I don't know.
For the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
I didn't start it.
Yes.
I'm just
And do you
continuing
know
it.
if anyone else they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something else?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you.
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matthew?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
Yeah, approach her.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs that you're going to look up.
Sure.
And so what I've just presented you with and previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And
Yeah.
from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate trail of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury just to discuss with the witness briefly.
Okay, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. So what's up on the screen currently? Do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see. So yes, this looks like the photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, sort of, if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front
This is
lawn,
a good picture to talk about from the fire hydrant here to the flagpole, according to, so many people where John was found, is over here. How is there tail light pieces here and over here if it just hits him in the arm and spins him around? Like, that means that the point of impact would have to be at the fire hydrant. How the fuck does he get over there? You see what I'm saying? Like, if she hits him here, breaks the tail light with his arm, for tail light to be right here, how in the world is there still tail light all the way over here? And why isn't there the broken glass from here? You know, the glass that breaks on the car, supposedly, why isn't that by the fire hydrant? And like, so this taillight doesn't just break, you guys. It like explodes in order to get all the pieces in all the places that they're saying that they found it. Like, it has to be like explosive. And it also has to break outwards because all the pieces go out. So however he hits it with his arm, the taillight has to explode outwards and land all over the front from here to here. I cannot make that make sense. And Welcher did not help me with any of that. So how does he get hit here? Breaks the glass, no glass here. Taillight busts outwards. And he lands over here after pirouetting, taking pieces of taillight with him, apparently. And goes over here where he's still got the bottom part of the broken glass, where he's found, and not over here where it actually breaks and he gets hit. Because this is where the broken bottom of the glass should be found then. But he flies through the air and holds on to the glass. You got to think about that. Like, how does he do that? How does that happen? To believe that she hit him with her car, you have to believe that he went from here to here, holding on to the broken bottom of the glass, and that the taillight explodes outwards and not inwards. It's crazy. I don't even know how it's possible. Take away the whole, like we were talking in the other live about what her charges are, whether it's accident, she did it and doesn't know she did it. I don't even know, how do you make that happen? Where's gray space? Show me the physics of that. Maybe Welcher should have been the expert on physics of snow and flying through the air. I just don't get it. Like, way over here. I'm going to hold on to take the glass with me. Catastrophe. My points. I just somebody make that make sense. I don't even know how to make it make sense. Oh yes, need some Z's. We love being trouble 31. Yeah, make that make sense. Just like Queen Hearts is like, I expect a Coca-Cola party, if you know what I'm saying. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. But who am I to say? It's just a thought. The taillight must have exploded in lightning speed to cause the injuries, and the blood traveled to outer space. And then you also have to go with the wounds on his arm are all in the same direction. If his arm is up holding this glass, then you have to have some vertical and some horizontal. What's on his bicep should not be the same as what's on his forearm. So I think you could account for maybe some of the pieces being shifted around, right? Because of anything that happens to land out here in the street is going to get plowed, right? It's going to get plowed and then it's going to get pushed off to the side, which you can see the berm. I don't know if you can really see it in this picture, but here's the berm. Here's the berm. But you can see where like the plow isn't plowing to the berm. You see that? So, I mean, you could maybe account for some movement if it's out in the street for the fact that it's plowed, but it still doesn't make any sense. Unless she hits him here, he pirouettes, hits the fire hydrant with the back of his head, because the ground isn't that fucking hard yet. I mean, it's ground, so that's hard. Unless he hits his head in the street, or he hits his head over here, and then he doesn't die and he starts crawling, which there's no indication of that, because the phone is still being manhandled. I don't know. I just don't think you can put the points. I don't think you can make any of those points fit together and make it make sense. This is why you got Blue Man Crew, who's just like leaning up against the back of the car, like, ooh, ow, look at what it did to my arm. And it's like, no, it didn't do that to your arm, because that wouldn't even make sense. Oh yeah, he has to lose the straw. Mustn't forget the straw. Yeah, he has to lose the straw that remains intact, so it doesn't get run over or hit by the plow, because there's nothing. That straw is still a straw. It's not even a flattened straw at that point. It's still a good straw, like usable. But you can't have him getting hit back here and then have taillight pieces over here. And I guess if the plow comes this way and then it picks up taillight pieces from the middle of the yard, or I mean the middle of the street, and tosses them over here, the plow's coming like that. But the plow isn't going to be able to push the snow if it's not even up against the berm. It's not going to be able to push the snow over to the fire hydrant. It doesn't work.
I'm back.
Hi. Did you hear what I was saying?
Wait, what's the song that's stuck in your head, Bub? No. The one about school. Yeah. Did you hear?
School
Yeah.
out for summer. School out forever.
Yeah. I was singing
Good
it.
song, dude. It's a good song.
I know. You would have thought it was my last day of school today. I was singing that this morning, and then
I'm jealous.
he got it stuck in his head. So when he got out of my car this morning, it was in his head. Well, then just now when he got back in the car, he's still singing it. I said, dude. He's like, that is a catchy song. I said, it is a catchy song. Then he said, bus driver was singing it. Of course, she's like our age, so.
It's a good song for her, too.
It is. But what did you say?
Well, I was just saying, like, I don't know if I can even say it all again at this point, but if she hits him with the car, okay, we're going to say she hits him with the car, she has to hit him back here by the fire hydrant.
Right.
Because there's taillight pieces that are found by the fire hydrant. So how does somebody get hit by the Lexus, only the arm, breaks taillight that's found here, but then taillight is also found all the way over here, and then how does he hold on to the broken glass while flying through the air and landing over here?
First, to answer your first question, what you need to do is pull up Google Maps or Google Earth, and you need to put the car like between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Oh, like part of here. Okay.
Yeah, and then measure however many feet, 30 whatever feet that he said that she went forward, and then measure 87 feet backwards.
87, and then but stopping here at this point.
Well, you're starting at that point.
You have to stop here. This is where he has to be hit.
No, because technically where he would have had to have been hit, but not necessarily where she stopped.
So she hits him. She hits him, he goes flying, and then she still goes backwards, and she's like, all right, now I'll go forward again.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying that she did. They're saying that she went forward, then reversed the 87 feet or whatever, hit him, and kept on going, and then pulled forward to leave. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she has to. But she has to hit him here.
Well, wait a minute. And if that were the case, oh no, I guess she might have she would probably pulled out into the middle of the road. Because I was going to say, if that were the case, wouldn't she have like ran over the straw, ran over the glass in the road?
Well, wouldn't the freaking plow driver have run it over? But that's what. So that was the next thing we were talking about. Is here's the berm.
He would have moved it for sure.
Here's the berm, but you can tell that the street is only being plowed to here. It's not being plowed to the berm.
He does.
Okay, you can have the peanuts. Mm-hmm.
So how does John go from here to here?
Well, maybe he wasn't there. Maybe he was by the flagpole.
But he's not over here by the fire hydrant, is what I'm saying.
Like if we're talking about a scenario where she actually hit him, right? I mean, if we're hypothetically talking about a scenario where she actually hit him, then when she pulled forward the 30 some odd feet, perhaps he started walking towards the house. and then
Doesn't
like,
matter.
along the way.
She still has to hit him here in order for this explosive tail light to come outward and land over here by the fire hydrant. You can't. It's just flying off of. So she hits him back here, and the tail light is still exploding outward and flying out to the side of the street.
Well, that's the problem with everything that they did, right? Because they were searching and they were digging up snow, flipping over like shovelfuls of snow. Like, it's hard to tell where all these pieces actually were, even if they had recorded exactly where they were.
Well, we know the fire hydrant one because they take the photo of it next to the fire hydrant. So that's the one I'm going with, because that's the only one that I think really has a. I mean, we still don't know where the fucking hat was found.
Right, but was that piece always there is the question, or was it moved between the plow, the people snow blowing, the people shoveling, the extra snow, like whatever else went through there? We don't know if other people walked through there.
Like, kicked it around.
Yeah, like, was it always there? That's the problem. You don't know where anything was. You would have had a better chance of figuring out where everything actually was had it been found at 6 o'clock when he was found, when the glass was found in the blood, when there was only 3 inches of snow, 3.9 inches of snow.
Yeah, but I don't even think a plow could get it over there. If it's not even
but
plowing
remember,
next to the berm.
do you remember the footage of the, I guess that would have been the CERT team when they were outside?
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like they were like shoveling big walls of snow, like creating big walls of snow with, man, I have the hiccups now, with the shovels.
Yeah, they were going like down and then pulling it out, and then down and pulling it out, and then down and pulling it out.
But where were they even? He said this year he wasn't even in the grass.
No, they were in the street. You could see the street.
So,
but that's not where the hat's found. The hat is in the grass.
So if they're shoveling, let's say they're even shoveling let's say somebody else is shoveling to get their car out or something. Couldn't they have moved?
Shoveling right here. It's already been plowed. So, and the way they're shoveling, they wouldn't they're not shoveling and tossing. They're not doing that. So it's like, it's almost like sifting through dirt. So if they're doing it right, which I guess I shouldn't say. So let's say you take your shovel, you put it like towards you, and you go straight down, and then you shovel it towards you, and or you shovel it straight up, and then you have to sift through that snow, see what's in there, and then you move on to the next one. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do, but it's kind of big. It's a big assumption.
It is a big assumption. That's why I was like, I probably should just let that go.
Because I mean.
But you still have to explain that the tail light, he hits the tail light, and for whatever reason, it explodes outward and goes everywhere. And Welcher doesn't explain how that's even physically possible. If he slams into the tail light, how are so many pieces going out?
The only way I could see that happening.
What's the amount of force that's needed to break that tail light in the same way that it's broken into the 40-some pieces and not break John's arm? What's the force going this way, going that way?
Okay, so another scenario. I'm going to go with the Argus scenario. Let's say she's driving away from the flagpole. He's standing near the flagpole. And as she's driving away, and like, let's say between the halfway point of the flagpole and the hydrant and the hydrant. So halfway between the halfway point and the hydrant.
Okay.
Like right there. Let's say she's driving away, and right there, he flings the cup at the taillight. If she's still driving forward, could a piece have flown that way when it shattered?
Yes, but then how does it get back here? Because she backs up?
Well, that wouldn't make it fling that way.
He can't throw the glass. That's another thing. Can't throw the glass. Because the glass ends up by him. The bottom of the glass, so he can't throw the glass.
Right, true.
He can't throw it. Otherwise, the bottom of the glass is over here, and he's over here. So,
however, we don't have another bottom of a glass, but we do have glass that doesn't match the bottom of the glass we do have.
Right.
So was there another glass?
Yeah, we have no idea where that glass came from.
Was there another glass? And then the other question would be, is where is the rest of the glass?
There's no glass by the fire hydrant. There's plastic tail light by the fire hydrant.
Right.
The bottom chunk of glass of the actual cocktail glass is found by John's body.
Actually, Dr. Wolf did say that he broke the tail. He actually said that when they did their experiment with the cannon, I can't remember the miles per hour that he said that like the average male or whatever could throw, which is what they set this cannon at. That when they threw it via the cannon at the taillight, it did cause similar damage as what was done to Karen's car. But their issue was that if it was anything bigger, like John, or going faster than let's say the speed of the taillight or speed of the cocktail glass was 15 miles per hour. They were saying that like if it wasn't a cocktail glass, if it was something bigger like John, or the cocktail glass but going faster, then it would have created more damage to Karen's taillight. 40 to 45. Let me now I feel like
34 feet forward, 34 feet forward, 53 feet back. But then he changes it to it's a total of 87 feet back. So it's 121 feet total. Okay, so blood on the taillight pieces? No DNA on the taillight pieces at all. What is found is DNA on the housing on the car. But it's not blood DNA, I don't believe. I don't even remember what it was now. Higher part of the glass, what was found of it. This is interesting, Kat, because this changed from trial 1 to trial 2. Trial 1, they say that they found a bunch of the glass pieces in the yard. And now trial 2, Lolly really forced it was found in the street. And Sleuthy caught this when I think it was Ashley Valier was on the stand. He asked her, found in
the mousy one, the scared one.
Hanley.
Yes.
Okay, so Hanley, he tried to get her to say like, okay, so was it found in the street or was it found in the yard? And she said the bag of evidence doesn't actually say where it was found. And so he last year continued to say yard, and this year just continued to say street. He never he purposely said street over and over. And Sleuthy was like, wait a second, dude, what are you doing? Like that doesn't.
He was basically putting all of the glass in the road instead of the yard because he knows it doesn't make sense for it to be in the yard.
Right. So now it has to be in the street.
So now he put it in the street basically with Proctor's glass as well. And so
which Proctor's glass only matches the one piece of glass on the bumper. And that's the only two pieces of glass that match each other when it comes to the bumper glass. The other bumper glass doesn't match anything.
But he thinks that if he puts it all in the road, then it's less suspicious.
If the jury is not paying attention, they can be easily fooled. Okay, so the hair was not able to be identified as John's hair, but they did mitochondrial DNA, which means it's from John's mom's family. So it is either John's, his brother Paul's, his sister who's deceased. I don't remember her name. I apologize. Or the kids, or his niece or nephew, mostly his nephew.
I think it was Kristen.
Kristen, that's right. It was.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't talk about her very often, so.
Yeah, so it could have been.
It could be John's, or it could not be John's.
They seemed to focus more on Patrick, like versus Kaylee. You know what I mean? Like
she's going to carry on. I mean, it could still be hers, but I think because it was the shorter hair.
Yeah.
But they still couldn't they couldn't make it John's, but it could.
And
be
they didn't say it was male.
No, did not. No Y or X. No, they didn't talk about that. But they did push. The defense was pushing more Patrick. Okay. Do you want to switch while I leave so that you can pause when you want to? I mean, it's way easier because we know like way closer timestamps. Or I can just let it play, but then it should go to the next one. It's up to you. It's up to whatever you got going on. Or not.
I literally walked away to grab chicken nuggets. What did you say about the timestamps?
No, I said, do you want to switch so that you can pause this whenever you want while I leave?
Yeah, where are you at?
I'm on trial channel.
Well, duh, that's the only thing we use.
Hell yeah, it is. Trial channel for the win, y'all. And I'm at, we're almost at the end of direct on Brian Albert, so I'll tell you the exact timestamp. And then we have cross.
Oh. Brian Albert. Oh shit. Okay.
1 hour, 6 minutes, and 29 seconds.
Got it.
Perfect. Okay. I mean, the playlist should take it right into cross-examination, but I don't know if I wanted to chance that really.
Yeah. It's weird because like sometimes I have to click the next one and then sometimes I do not.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And in this area,
Did he just say it's not granite? Show me one place you've seen a granite road or a granite curb.
of the left side of your property, what if anything of notice
like an
sort of in
asphalt
that area of
berm.
the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is
Laying it on a little thick.
I mean, we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is?
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed, and we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, the flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before?
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th?
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located on?
So my driveway was this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there was sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other that leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So The door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it,
They really make this look far away, and it's not.
but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir.
There's also another door. I'm pretty sure the garage door, right?
If the window that you were looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention to?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here. Yeah, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60. And sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway, the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that?
And yeah, they make it look like it's way over yonder, but like you could throw a rock and hit the house from here. A child could throw a rock and hit the house.
Generally what it was on January 29th, that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snowing, correct?
Right. So the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or the early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
Yes.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman. And again, now looking at what is exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
This is essentially a closer up image of the area of the fire hydrant and electrical box and the flagpole that you were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry.
So I don't know who remembers this electrical box thingy. I found it odd that it was like one interview. There was like a random comment from, I believe, Colin Albert about the electric box in the yard. And it was always like broken or whatever the case may be. Destroyed, like it was always broken, whatever they were saying. I could find it exactly. And it looks like it's like open. And I just wonder, like, was it always broken? It seemed like a weird thing to bring up, like randomly out of the blue. Like, oh, there's an electrical box out there that we don't know what it does, but it's always been broken. And it's like, I don't know.
Lost my train of thought. Is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out your window on the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's house?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor?
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph is coming, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard. Is that correct?
1 second. Yes.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, sir, with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph, Exhibit 64?
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
And if you could, just using the laser point direct.
Oh, yeah. So the door would be right in here.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what, if anything, is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other one, the front.
there's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
You can take that down. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, was what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Norwood, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling your house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close, and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
Did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2022?
Absolutely not.
have just one moment now?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Can I see counsel in sidebar for just a second, please?
Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for
It did go by itself.
either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you had testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as police, as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022,
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
You've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the Waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022.
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question.
I mean, do you speak to him personally, like about, I don't know, the weather, high top tables? Like, what else would you be talking to him for?
Question, that's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here or the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
What I said, I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay, I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around.
Grab assing.
That's it.
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fighting.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And, well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that. No.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose. No.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around? You grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
yes,
Did you just, I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
no,
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up.
no. I just asked her how she was doing and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say?
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The Hillside.
And what did you two do at the Hillside?
We went into the Hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the Hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip or at the Hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into Waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you. You saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
Okay. He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago, during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. You remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there,
yes,
or Miss Little.
right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe,
That's not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
no, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes,
You'd read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement.
no,
May I approach you on it?
Yes, and I'll see Counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Just please take a look at that.
sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have, thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question, so the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer, no, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes,
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
that's not my whole sentence. No,
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once.
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside bar the week prior. Yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
Daily, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there. Correct?
Yes, she was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside bar?
Yes.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It
you?
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you
May
publish
I
it?
have that marked as next in order?
Yes.
And then,
Exhibit 67.
Thank you.
you see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Did you ever see this photo from Jen McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Okay. Put the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it. No.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, and who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time, yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Can you play it? Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she was answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole night.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's
so,
an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I didn't.
Socializing with her.
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
You can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, it's pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the Hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature.
No.
They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
It's not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the Hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park. You weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front
Yes.
that can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
Describe him.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure I have a bathroom downstairs. I end up not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No.
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't, no.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question, no.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house. Right?
That's right, yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes,
your son. You mentioned Caitlyn Albert, your eldest.
yes,
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
yes,
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlyn Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished. Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes,
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlyn Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
that's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlyn left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlyn left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlyn left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlyn left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No,
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
no,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right,
Ground floor of the house.
right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No,
At the time, right. And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlyn Albert,
Yes.
Folks in the house,
Yes.
Nagel,
Yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked. No.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it. No.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlyn Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report. Yes.
If Caitlyn was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
So, fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact, Caitlyn was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes.
She was in earshot.
Yes.
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
Yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlyn leaving at 12:15, she did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlyn was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlyn so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlyn was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Boone, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection.
No,
I'll allow it.
no,
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
yes,
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
no,
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
what do you, I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
Y'all allow it. That's fine.
No,
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
her house, yes,
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes,
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes,
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes,
I mean, you're in her house after all.
yes,
You assume?
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes,
Nicole and Caitlyn then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me,
Did you make
and
another-
then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink, grab a beer?
Yes,
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night,
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time.
He's been in your
correct?
bedroom, sir?
Yes,
A German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes,
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
no, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No,
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
no, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
right.
mine.
Okay,
Do you stand by those?
yes.
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident we
Yes.
were discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
I allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it. Yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger.
Well, he died after that date, so
Never met him.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah,
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
the windows are yes. Are they asked about the view?
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far,
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
maybe this far.
Maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
No.
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives,
No.
sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there now.
You've seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
System.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house is the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so, 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
Not a
there's
body.
a bulkhead door
sure.
you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this photograph, Mr. Albert. And if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here, yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes,
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
The exhibit 69.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself, also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. Stop. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes,
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes,
Not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
yes,
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. There's civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes,
as well as a detective.
yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct? Find
Sometimes,
the mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. To cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No,
Objection.
The answer stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes, yes,
Clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
You are currently represented by Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
seated behind me, gentleman in the,
Yes.
who's in the gray suit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022 at the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire. Well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. You're not represented in 20.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue, period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document. No.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I know you want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was it Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week, convenient. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just going to hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long have you had a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years.
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
Multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it, you know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
Sir, that's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did. No.
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. You remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm
It's
sure.
destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, you know, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified
Higgins
by
with the
the
cloud,
Commonwealth
yes.
that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the
Did I hear your voice?
Yeah, did you not get my message?
No, what? No, I wasn't checking my phone.
No, yeah, it's no, in private chat here.
On here.
I said I've been back, but I made myself
Oh.
a salad and then I ate the salad before I started talking.
No, I didn't even notice that pop up.
No worries. I've been here. I just wanted to eat and not chew with you guys.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty like tense. So like, I don't want to keep interrupting it.
Yeah, I agree.
Then I was like, did I just hear her voice? I'm like, did I hear her voice actually? Or am I just like imagining that I heard her?
Oh, you're just missing me so much that you heard my
Yeah.
voice.
Mhm. Okay, let's carry on with Baldy.
Okay.
Salad sounds good.
23rd?
It was good.
And 24th of September.
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
May I?
Yes.
I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
Rephrase the question, please?
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No,
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Happy
Sustained.
birthday. Is that a coincidence?
You were asked at
Favorite,
another
I missed
hearing
that.
in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes,
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No,
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my personal phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No,
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
no. I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears.
That was an AJ side, by the way, not a Bev one.
Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lank, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
The more I watch this, the more sad I get that Dr. Dick Wad Welcher didn't get to know this Alan Jackson. Because he deserved
No.
it. He deserved it so bad.
He deserved a Jackson. I know. I'm hoping, I was thinking about this earlier. I'm hoping that for redirect, or not redirect, I don't know what the fuck I said that for oh my God, why can't I? It's not what I want to say. For Cross, when he comes back for rebuttal, that's the word I want. When Welcher comes back for rebuttal, I'm hoping that Jackson takes it.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason. Yeah, when he comes back. I'm
Oh,
hoping
that would be even better. But he deserves it. He deserves to know this, Alan Jackson. Let's see.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could. Yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past, and I've trained to box. Yes.
Yeah.
Not according to your
I
wife,
heavy
haven't.
bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
Yeah, your wife acted like that was preposterous, like she'd never heard that before.
It's like, what?
She's like, my husband a boxer? What?
What? He's a trained fighter? That's just silly.
He tried to look like the oldest man. Him in his Mr. Rogers outfit. He 100% tried to make himself look as old and non-threatening as possible.
100.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were
I imagine it
featured in a
looks
TV
like
show
that.
that you were featured in as well, correct?
Do you reckon this is exactly what it just looked like now?
Probably.
Was that
Objection.
Bev's view just now?
Objection.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were, in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show. No.
You never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
Bitch, you are not going to tell me that you didn't watch your ass on TV. You and your wife. Like, you didn't watch every single episode of Boston's Finest that you made an appearance in. Stop it.
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking,
Yeah, you're not that good.
is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
He's like, yeah.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
Yes.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Can you enhance that? Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you go ahead and play that? Sorry.
Just some grab assing.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
Nobody talked.
no.
He just was sitting in the office. He
Yeah,
turned
just
it
said,
on.
yeah,
I
it looks like
watched.
we were fooling around.
He never said anything.
Okay, so you did make an explanation. Given
They just stared at each other weirdly.
Well, while it was playing, I didn't know what he was doing. He never
Yeah.
asked me any questions. It's
We
just
just-
playing on. It's just playing on the screen.
We try not to make eye contact.
He's seen part of it. Yeah, part of it.
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing.
So Lally didn't say anything and you just blurted out, I think we're just fooling around.
It's just like
It's not what you think.
with a VHS. He's all play, and then he's all, we're just fooling.
It's not what you think, Adam.
You told us this morning, right?
I only play grab-outs with you.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Fooling
What were you
around.
doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Describe
silly goose, you.
physically
So
what
silly.
you were doing in the video.
Silly goose.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into
just,
a fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You tell you're talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, pulled your the pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low,
That-
having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly. That
Okay. And
that's
then at
not-
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but
In a silly way.
I'm not sure.
We're just being
Would you look,
silly.
at the next
Like,
Really?
not for nothing, but you're grown men. Like, y'all are weird. Like, you're just, we're just having fun. We're like play fighting at
He's
At
like,
the
he's
bar.
like, that's what I do. I play silly with my friends.
yeah, we weren't like, we weren't fake boxing.
I almost
we
wish you would have
weren't-
just been like, we were fucking around. We'd been drinking and we were fucking around.
Exactly. And that
You
would
know
have
what I
been so
mean?
much
Like,
more normal. Exactly.
Part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds. And highlight it. Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this. Pause. Did you see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that a
don't think so.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of a control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No.
Okay,
That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
let's go ahead and play this. Stop it. Do you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't,
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus,
He's gonna stick a
probably
finger in
not the
his
same as
butt.
a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
Look at Paul.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
The two
Objection.
biggest.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Right.
Okay, play it just a little bit longer. Almost finished.
He let that hand linger on his back a little while. Just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but like, they're pretty touchy-feely.
Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
No, it's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlyn being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long.
I just need you to know that I'm over at the island making a chicken Caesar wrap, and I swore I just heard him ask him if he put his phone on his nutsack.
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Yeah.
It was-
Put
Yeah.
your phone on your nightstand?
Oh,
No.
so
Yeah.
up close, it sounds like nightstand, but when I was over there by the island, when I was making my dinner, it sounded like nutsack.
That's awesome. He's on yeah. Yeah.
Put your phone.
The phone was in bed with me.
I didn't put it on my nutsack. I brought it in the bed with me. I laid on it, and we had sex on it, and that's how I called Brian Higgins.
And that's how I also
In
answered.
fact, it was on my
His call.
nutsack. My nutsack called Brian Higgins.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, then at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids. And, you know, if somebody was
Bro, that's like the longest lasting battery I've ever heard of in my life. Okay. Secondly, remember this, not for you, Teresa, because I know you'll remember, but whoever hasn't seen this before, remember what he says here. Because it's going to be important to me when he then is confronted about Jennifer McCabe calling him.
trying to call her if I needed to reach them. It's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
Why
You
is
don't
that
charge
so?
it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids.
So Caitlyn wasn't there, but Brian was. The twins, where were they? Because they're younger. You know, I always found it interesting that they never mentioned like what the twins were doing. Like, were they at the house too for the party? Like, where were they? Why are they never mentioned?
I think they were at a friend's house.
Okay.
I don't know why in my memory I think they I don't think either one were home.
Yeah, Lacey, he puts his glasses in the bed. Like, come on. Anybody around here like me that's blind? Like, I gotta have my glasses before I get out of the bed. And I still
Which one of his kids is in the military? Is it not the younger boy?
no. Because I've seen pictures of the younger boys. They were like in high school.
No, because they had the graduation party that Higgins went to and may have gone in the house to pee. I don't remember. I never really looked into the younger kids, and the older boy is.
Yeah, but oh wait.
He says all the kids at the beginning, and I don't remember. I just don't remember. No,
I know.
She said the older boy is the one that's in the military. I thought it was one of the younger boys that was in the military. But
That's me
they
too,
do have the
Lacey.
one that comes home. They have the one that comes home in February of 2022, and they hold the party for him over like Valentine's Day weekend. I just don't remember which one it is.
Well, that was the one that was away in the military.
I know, but I don't remember which kid that is.
The older one. I reckon I can go back and get the ages and stuff, but still. Bloody Knuckles. What? Where? What?
Bloody Knuckles is the nephew.
Oh. Colin. Yeah. Yeah, but I have to have my glasses on like when I get out of the bed, like because I can't see. I mean, I could risk it. But it's not smart. So, and I can't like see my glasses to get my glasses. So they have to be like on the nightstand by themselves. Cause then like when I reach out, I just like pat around and then I find them. So I would never put my, like I depend on my glasses and I would not sleep with them inside my bed. What's he sleeping in the bed with glasses for?
Like I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, I was on mute when I started talking. I'm trying to figure out if you have a nightstand. What is the why would like what?
Why wouldn't you put your phone on it?
Why wouldn't you put your phone on it? So, like our old house, we had a nightstand on both sides, so we each had our own setup. Here we only have a nightstand on one side. I unfortunately do not have the nightstand. So, yeah. So my glasses, when I am wearing my glasses, they go on my dresser, which is, across my room. And if I have my phone in my bed, which I rarely do, then I end up, I'll sleep with it, but I don't have a nightstand. You know what I mean?
They tell you that you catch the bed on fire doing that. But, well, when it's
I
plugged
don't
in.
even take it to bed with me. I normally don't. When I go to bed, I go to bed to go to bed. Like I don't go in there to like watch TV or anything like that. I go to sleep. Like I go to bed when I'm ready to go to sleep. So
like my mom, she'll keep her phone in like her phone, her iPad, her husband's phone, his iPad. They all stay in the kitchen plugged in, like on the counter.
Yeah. See, mine's normally in the family room charging or the kitchen. Yeah.
But we do know he's lying because the reason he gives for why he didn't put it on the nightstand and why he didn't plug it in
doesn't work.
Right.
Well, not to mention, like if like my phone has the ringer on, I'm gonna hear it from the nightstand. I may be sleeping on it and not be able to hear it.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or even if you use it for an alarm too.
Right.
If you're laid on top of it, you are likely not to hear it. Also, the difference in distance from like your bed to the nightstand is like a foot.
It just makes no sense.
So why would you choose to keep it in the bed, but you could just have it on the nightstand? I mean, we know it's a lie, though. He's just saying that because he needs to have a reason for why he called Brian Higgins, but we won't spoil it for the rest of the kids in the class.
All right. If I'm blind enough to keep my glasses across the room, I'm completely blind, but I don't go to bed to do anything. So once I'm getting in my bed, I am going to sleep. I don't need my glasses. But I'm totally blind.
Oh, see, I can't even watch TV in my bed. And I have a big TV upstairs. I have like a 70-inch TV down here, and I even sitting on the couch, like I can't see it without my glasses. I mean, I'm lying to you.
I'm gonna watch it. I just don't.
I'm lying. Like I can see it. I just can't. Like if they show a text message on it, I cannot read that. I can't like pick a show on like Netflix because I can't see what the shows are, and I can't see the pictures. Like everything's just one big like blur. It's all together. Like people don't have faces, like full faces. Like everything is just like a blur. He wanted the vibrate option. Dude, I wanted to get LASIK so bad. I worked at an ophthalmology place that actually had like a surgery center upstairs, and everything that like we needed was cheaper. And so I was like, I'm going to fucking get LASIK. Like I can't even imagine my life without glasses, but like I want to be able to see. I'm tired of this.
I'd love to get LASIK, but I have double vision anyway. So.
Oh yeah.
The glasses don't fix the double vision.
Yeah. But so I was like, I'm going to get LASIK. And then, cause now I'm like to the point where my glasses prescription is so strong. Like, first of all, you should see how thick these are in these glasses. Like, I don't even know how they fit them in here. I have had them pop out before. Like I've learned how to pick my frames because they're just like they have to be able to hold my prescription. But my prescription's gotten so high that like now I can't. I've told you this a million times. I can't like look at my phone with my glasses on. I can't read something up close with my glasses on because it makes it blurry, and I don't have progressives. So I was like, I'm gonna get LASIK and just be done with it. Well, then when I tried to, I guess my cornea is so thin that, and these were like the best surgeons, like eye surgeons that I've ever known. And he was like, I could do it, but if I do it now, you're not gonna be able to have cataract surgery when you're older. And everybody needs cataract surgery when you get older. He's like, so if I do it now, like, do you want to see now or do you want to see like when you're older? Like, do you want to be able to see without? Because here's the difference with cataracts, even glasses, you still ain't gonna be able to see. So he's like, would you rather just have to wear glasses now and then be able to see your grandkids when you're older? You want me to fix it now so you don't have to wear glasses, and then when you're old and you need cataract surgery, we're not gonna be able to do nothing for you, and you're just gonna eventually go blind. Right? I was like, just take my money. And he's like, he's like, but because what they do is I don't mean to be like gross or whatever. I remember the first surgery did I ever tell you the story about me passing out?
I believe so. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, like my first ever surgery, I literally sat in on cataract surgery, and he was like, just look through the scope. And like I did, and I did not know what to expect. And it wasn't like gory. It's not like weird. It's not like gross. It's not like, ew, an eyeball. You're putting a needle in an eyeball. It's not like that, but it's really disorienting. Like when you look down into the scope, first of all, your pupil is a hole. If you didn't know that, you know that, right? It's a hole.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So like when you're looking through the scope down into the pupil, like you're looking at all the way through someone's eye, like the back of it. And I felt like when I looked down, I like started leaning forward, and I felt like I was like falling, and my face got real hot and like prickly. And I was like, I'm going to pass out. I'm still looking in the thing though. I'm like, I'm going to pass out.
Like, I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna keep doing it, even if it does.
Yeah.
Even if I do pass out.
I was like, I'm going to pass out. And the patients are like awake, like they're fully awake. Like they're just like numbed. And so I'm like, I'm going to pass out. And the patient like was like looking around, and he's like, just look forward. And I was like, I'm going to pass out. And he was like, pass out that way. And he like pointed the opposite way, like, so I didn't fall on the patient. And with that, like, I just felt like my whole body I went down. It's because it was disorienting. It's like standing at the top of like a building, and somebody like picks your feet up, and they're like, it's okay, I got your feet. You can just, just keep looking down.
To me, that would be completely different. I can touch my eyeballs. Other people can touch my eyeballs. It won't bother me at all.
Yeah, I didn't care. I don't care. I don't care about none of that stuff. It was just odd to look in a scope like that and see through someone's eye. It was just strange. But they have to cut your cornea. They like slice it, and then they like lift it up like a flap.
Oh.
To do what am I thinking? The LASIK, it like burns away at some of your cornea. So like when they go to do the cataract surgery, like they have to be able to put the cornea back. Well, if it's already very thin and then they cut into it again, like, you know what I mean? They can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to have to deal with my glasses. But I'll tell you what, I better be able to see with no glasses when I'm old.
Welcher would have taken your money.
Oh, he's
like, I am now a expert in LASIK surgery.
He absolutely would have. Let me just type in these numbers. Okay.
Just get my calculator, and I'll totally be able to fix your eyeballs.
Let me look at my slides for reference.
All right. Well, we'll finish. Brian. Indiana Girl's like, better what's going on, Bob.
Sorry,
so I changed this to part 1 so that we could do Brian Higgins on part 2 of the MendaciTy of the grab ass duo. So that way we can finish this. Are you on 1.25 or are you on regular speed?
No, I think I'm on regular.
Regular for Jackson, right? Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm on regular.
They go pretty fast.
If you go on 1.25, then like you miss all the things, like his little chuckles and stuff like that.
I want to see on 1.25 with Lolly, it was fine.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
Jack
well,
I wasn't going to do it.
I mean, the redirect is going to be, say, like right here is the redirect.
Yeah.
So we only have half the amount of time it looks like we have left.
Okay.
Do you want me to put it on 1.25?
No, leave it the way it is for Jackson.
Okay.
I just wondered. I won't probably be watching anything on Betero on Bob's while it's live. Because I'm gonna go make dinner and stuff. So
yeah, I have to finish making my wrap. I only came over here to say I thought he said it was on his nutsack, but then I've been sitting here for 10 minutes.
How we end up.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna go make my food.
And so you make sure that your phone is nice and close.
As a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know that it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We just saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
Okay. So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so
s-
that's sustained, that's stricken for Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses
Yes.
and Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Kind of like a butt dial. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw it. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
System.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. Oh, sorry. Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that,
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later. Correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't
This is
last
the butt
1
dial,
second. That call
butt
lasts
hang up,
22
a butt
seconds.
call
Correct?
decline. All butt dials back and forth to each other.
And a butt answer. You
And a
answered
butt
the phone?
There's a butt answer and a butt hang up.
Mm-hmm.
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 That's the weirdest shit.
Obviously, you know how
What kind of sex were they having?
I want to know if we can figure out the physics behind that.
Dr. Welcher could.
He knew he could. He's an expert, man.
how long 22 seconds is.
How long?
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds. Correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone. Did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it, according to you.
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Sir,
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says
it's red.
missed call in red, correct? If your
Yes,
wife
the
calls you
only
a
thing
missed
that's
call.
red.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and
Alright.
so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
That's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes, I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes,
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
yes,
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained. No, it's different.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
2:22 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well,
here.
you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see counsel sidebar for just a second, please.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22?
Yeah, but it's not
52
that.
seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
Because it was nutsack.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
But what about your
No, I
nut?
don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question and you answered, quote, "Yeah, it's only possible that it's me," end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote,
Objection.
I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I'll
I don't-
allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes.
I want to know what he upgraded his phone
By the
to.
way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Android.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by.
Oh, Teresa, do you have the link to the Google Sheet spreadsheet?
Yours?
Yeah.
I
Second.
mean, I can pull it up real quick.
Look at the very last tab is the phone logs. And look at it and tell me what I can do to make it easier to read. I mean, the alternating colors helps, like the white and then the gray, the white and the gray, but what else am I missing?
My sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My
Like-
question is, what was the first call you made?
It was Brian Higgins because he had to know. You know, he thought he needed to know. I mean, that is strange. Like, why did he think he needed to know? Also, them glasses are barely on that face. Look, they're not even here. What the hell is that? Whose glasses are those?
No, I like this. Answered, confirmed, answered, yes. I like that. Deleted. This,
I need to put like a disclaimer that only if it like somewhere that only if it says answered on an incoming call are we able to say for sure that something was answered.
well, I also think that there's
Well, and the
either-
long ones.
there's something to add to saying whose phone, like, especially like with the ones with like Karen and John, like the seconds aren't the same. They don't have the same time drift. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, you know what I just realized I don't have here? Wait a minute. How could I not have that? Oh, I'm
Other
missing
than
all the gens. Wait, no, I'm not. No, I'm not missing them. Never mind.
No, you're not.
So, but I don't know. Oh, that's annoying. I don't know the duration compared to Karen's, which is the 3, 5, 3, 3, 3, 5. You know what I mean? I don't know
I
Jennifer's.
wonder if color coding each person, like John would be all blue, Jennifer McCabe would be all red. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
I did start that. But then I had all these other people, like, which I'm leaning towards maybe Bud might be Patrick, but I'm not sure. But like Kaylee, Katie Camerano, Dad, Matt McCabe, like there's all.
yeah, no,
these
maybe just the main ones, the main players.
Okay. Oh, also like a couple of the ones that I said were in Karen's call log, but like it wasn't showing a name, so it wasn't saved.
Yeah.
They were the first calls with Jen McCabe. So they blocked it out because at that time she wasn't saved in Karen's phone because they didn't have each other's phone number. But there is other ones later on though that I don't have. But I need to go back and listen to Carrie's testimony at some point because The call with Peggy O'Keefe is still bothering me a lot.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So I agree with you.
Carrie Curran. I feel like I know who that is, or maybe she's on the witness list.
Isn't that the neighbor?
Which neighbor?
John's neighbor.
I don't know. It sounds so familiar, but it may just be the last name that sounds familiar. But why would that be?
Because there's a husband and wife, and I think they're on the witness list.
Okay, Carrie. Okay. Carrie Curran is Carrie, Nicholas, and Christopher are on the witness list, but I don't know who they are. I have X's next to them.
I thought they were his neighbors.
I don't know.
I think I don't know why that sits in my. I think there's neighbors.
Like even last year, I feel like I looked them up and I couldn't find like anything that. Maybe they are neighbors. I'll look. But I knew that sounded familiar. So that person is someone that Karen called at 5:20 in the morning before she found him. So I guess that would make sense if it was the neighbor. Is that where Karen got Higgins's digits? Oh, was she calling the person who gave? So we know that Karen. Okay, if that is the person, the Curran Club, you're right. So at 5 o'clock in the morning, before Karen finds him, he's not answering. She's panicking and calling people. She ignored Higgins. And she happens to call another person who was not there that night, as far as we know. And it's the person that hooked her up with Higgins's phone number.
It was?
Yes. Because I do remember Miku said about the Curran Club. I remember that in the text messages. We have all the text messages too now, by the way, with Higgins.
Oh, nice. Do a read through.
And she said she got his number from Carrie, but then we realized like it's not Carrie Roberts. She calls a Jeff too that I'm willing to bet is gay Jeff that she kisses.
Day Jeff?
Gay Jeff.
Oh, you called him Day Jeff. I'm like, who the hell's Day Jeff?
No, remember she said she kisses gay Jeff. Imagine like you were interested in someone and like they kissed you, and then you were like, oh, like that was a nice kiss or something, and then that person was like, I kiss everyone, even gay Jeff. Like, oh man, it would be early in the Higgy tech. Yeah, we got them. We actually got we have a PDF where it's the screenshots. They're all fucked up. They're like sideways and shit. It's ridiculous. But then there's another PDF that's called or labeled the Brian Higgins acquisition data. And it's exhibit 132. And that one has like timestamps, date and times of all the texts and stuff, which is better. It's just a little bit harder to read through. All right, I'm gonna hit play. We're the phone records. We're like minutes away from redirect.
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
I mean, look at this. What is that?
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes.
And you just found someone dead on your lawn and you didn't call all of those people first? You chose to call Brian Higgins first?
You have in-laws, cousins, huge
Because he
family.
needed to know. I don't know why
Yes.
he felt he needed to
But on
know.
the morning you find
That's what I want to know.
Weird.
Like, that really was a good point. Like, why did he think he needed to know? Like, what? He didn't even really interact. Like, they even said that he didn't even really interact with John and stuff that night. Like,
No.
why would he need to know?
John went in and they said hello to each other, and that was it.
Yeah. So you find him dead, and the first thing you think is like, oh my God, you know who needs to know about this? Brian Higgins.
Right.
Not like, oh my God, is
What
someone
the
going to call his
fuck, Brian?
parents?
What the fuck did you do? What did you just get us into? You better get your
I bet
ass
you.
over here and fucking
Yeah.
handle it.
And he did.
And he did.
He did. He did go right over there.
Find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn. The first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Yes.
Weird.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and in the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Why'd you got to call
Chief
Kevin?
Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
Why?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. and spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert. Were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, jury. We're going to send the jury out.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case and it was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
You knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation that you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that, and when you're finished reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I get.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows. Question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how were you going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the Hillside, correct?
Yes.
You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asked some questions about going over to Miss McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Miss McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two.
Two thoughts I have about this is you wanted to go over there because you wanted to support her and make her feel like because she's your family and you didn't want her to feel like she couldn't handle this alone. Why didn't your wife go? Your sister, her sister.
Same thing. Exactly. And her husband is there. Like
Exactly.
Like, know your place, sir. So the reason he's going is because he's a Boston cop.
Mm-hmm.
Like him trying to play this whole, like, I needed to support my sister-in-law kind of, it's bullshit. Nicole would have gone to support her sister if it was for emotional support. And if it was to have a strong man so nobody took advantage of her, she's got her husband. You're not needed. The only reason he's there is because he's a cop.
Right. And
I'll make sure they ask you the right questions and they don't try to do anything funky because I know how this game goes.
Yeah. And he says that, what did he just say? He said that, the dog is not good with strangers or whatever. Everybody knows that does not mean that the dog is just not like overly loving to strangers. That means it's not good with strangers, meaning it doesn't like strangers and it would attack strangers, which is also why you followed the dog around with your hand on his collar.
Yeah, there's something funky about that.
Yeah, the entire time.
Even if it was just like the dog is like overly friendly and she's such a big dog that she like doesn't understand, like she'll jump up to like greet people and it scares people sometimes.
Yeah. Then you said
like, so I followed her, like I hold on to her and follow her around. You know, anything like that. No, there's a weird thing about this.
Yeah, because if that's the case, then you say she's a big dog. She doesn't really realize that people have boundaries. She tends to jump up on people because she wants to play. And so I just keep her away from, like, that's what you would say. You wouldn't say she's not good with strangers. That means.
Right. Or Brian's friend Julie has a problem with dogs. And so I know that, you know, it scares her. And so we put her in the room because Julie was going to be there for Brian Jr.'s birthday. And so, you know, you got anything else. But the way they're doing it is just so fucking shady that this dog has got to have people problems. And I'm sorry, my dogs have gotten in fights with other people's dogs. And I've never gone to give my dog away because of it. And I have never asked that person to give their dog away so that they're not in the same neighborhood as my dog anymore.
Right.
Especially, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Especially when you've had your dog for 7 or 8 years or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you just got the dog and you're still willing to like part from it. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's a German Shepherd. They don't live that long.
That's basically almost her entire life.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh, she's on a farm.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody asked me that yesterday. I think if I actually thought that, or maybe it was in the live earlier. I don't know. It's all fucking running together now. If I thought she was dead, now that I think about it,
I 100% think she's dead.
There's a very good chance that she could. I was thinking like of her as a 7-year-old dog, like this at the time this happens, you know?
Yeah.
But there's a good chance now thinking of it. We're in 2025. Yeah.
She's almost 10, or maybe 10, maybe even a little older than 10.
we're only told about one Miku's headphones. We're told about the one that put her hand in the middle of the dog fight. Oh, and her friend. I guess you're right, because her friend was there, or somebody else. Yeah, so it was two. You're right.
They're
But
both on the witness list.
It's in the middle of a dog fight, so I struggle with that from personal experience. My dog and my mom's dog had gotten in a fight. My mom was dumb enough to stick her hand. These are little dogs. Stuck her hand right in the middle of it. Almost bit her fucking thumb off.
Well, and also, okay, so the dog does that. She puts her hand in while the dog's fighting. So then you say, okay, I'll get rid of mine. You don't have to get rid of yours.
Yeah, why does anybody need to get rid of anybody? Just fucking take care of the dog situation.
Right.
Yeah, it was two, but it was one situation, I guess, where I got confused.
Yeah, I believe it was one incident.
Yes. I remembered that once she said that. I was like, wait.
I know they had to fight for the records, and I know that his attorney sat there with a straight face and said to the court in open court that the dog never bit a person or a dog. It had never been in a fight. And then when they got granted the records, that was clearly a lie.
Yeah. And then that became the reason they got rid of her.
Mm-hmm.
And they should make her stuff her uppers.
Do you want me to put him on 1.25 or 1.5?
You can if you want to.
Since it's Lally now.
Yeah.
Dogs.
Oh,
You were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist's rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5-4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was.
She said, where was John?
Sustained. Next
Is that what
question.
she said?
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
He asked, where was John at that time? And I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John?
How did she not know? You looked out the window. You knew John was gone. Oh, like maybe you asked what hospital he's in or something?
Wait a minute.
You just leave it on normal. It's almost over. You got 10 minutes left. Just leave it normal so we don't.
Man,
Hold on.
4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was.
Sustained.
Okay, so that was hearsay, but I guess he was getting ready to say that he already got taken away the ambulance, I guess.
Yeah.
Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection system.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give.
But what about police? Like, to maybe go talk to them.
If there was nothing I could do.
Mm-hmm.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what, if any, kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
You'd hear that, but you wouldn't hear John being hit by a
what, if any,
car going
security, or what if
24 miles per hour.
How was that like?
Right?
cracking, exploding a taillight.
Or it literally flooring it and hold on. Flooring it and backing up 87 feet. Like, I would hear that if somebody was doing that out front of my house.
Right. With tires slippage, wheel slippage.
Yeah.
It's also weird because I still go back to the fact that Ricky, Heather, and what's his name, Nagel, don't ever see John in the car. Like, if you're arguing in the car, because they get there at like 12:24.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they're in the car for a long time. Like, you're arguing in the car, like she talks with her hands a lot. I just think you'd see that. Like, she would just be sitting there at 10 and 2, just I'm not going to look at you, John. I'm not looking at you. Like,
right.
And then he just sits there and what? I don't know. I've never seen like an argument that's going to lead to something like this that isn't very
loud.
loud. Like,
waving your arms around.
Yeah.
And him too. You know what I mean? Like, let's say he got out of the car and they were arguing. He's not gonna, I don't know.
Well, somebody's going to see it. They're going to hear her. She's fucking loud.
Yeah, for sure. But also, if the excuse is that there was music playing, it's Raining Men or whatever, and that's been their excuse for why they didn't hear anything going on out front, then you're
not going to hear the basement door.
Correct.
That was my whole thing. If you're going to hear that, then you're going to hear that.
Also, like, what are the odds that he's literally in line straight ahead from the gate, the only gate they have in their entire fence? He's directly like out to, like, you would drag, I don't mean to sound any type of way, but like you would keep your trash there and then open the gate and just drag your trash straight to the road on trash day. He was directly in line with where that gate is. Also, how do we know he didn't have to pee or something and didn't like go in the gate?
Well, that's what I always thought too, is like, did he go back in the back?
And the dog was
never even go in the house, never go into the basement, goes in the back because he doesn't like, well, they tell him to go in the side door. He's never been to the house. Where do you think a side door is?
In through that gate?
In through that fucking gate.
The other doors are in the front of the house. I would never think that was a side door ever.
Go to the front door, but the one on the right. Like, that's what I would say. Otherwise, if I say go to the side door, like, I'm going to the side of your house. So my house is weird with doors like that. And for whatever reason, my husband is adamant to call our side door the back door, and it bugs the shit out of me. I'm like, no, the one that goes to our backyard is our back door. And he's like, no. And I'm
Why
like,
is she being
yes.
ridiculous? Of course, that's your back
Because
door.
we live in what was his grandparents' house. His mom was raised in this house. And
he's
so
always
they
called
were
it that.
raised with it being called the back door. And I'm like, it's not the fucking back door. It's the side door. We have a front door, a side door, a back door. No, he calls it the back door all the time.
I mean, at least it's like on the side.
It's literally on the side of the house. That's what I'm saying. So
Right.
if somebody says go to the side door, don't
I'm
go to
looking
the
at
front
the side
door,
of
go
the
to the
house.
side door. I'm
Right.
going to the side of your house.
Right.
Maybe he
Same.
thinks they're all in the backyard. How does he know?
True.
And he's drunk. So I'm like, what if he does go back there and gets attacked by Chloe and then tries to either leave or they find him there and move him?
Right.
Because they know that that's a huge fucking liability if their dog is the one that hurts John O'Keefe or hurts anybody because they've been through it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just that's always bothered me too.
Dude, it's crazy. This just the whole thing is just like, because in my head, like an irrational person's mind, like I'm like, that's not an excuse. Like, that's craziness. Like, I would never be worried about that to where I like wouldn't call to get him help. You know what I mean? But there really is people though that do think that way.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh my God, this can't have happened here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yikes. I mean, it's just bizarre. This whole, I mean, it's all bizarre. And I mean,
nobody has been able to explain to me with any level of where I'm like, that actually makes sense. Like on either side of their theories of the case, you know, like the defense's theory in the first one, I'm like, that's a lot. That is a lot of people involved. There's a lot of players that are involved. If you just have the three main ones, get rid of all the side characters and just tell them what happened and they'll follow along, I could kind of go with it. But I'm just like, it still is. It doesn't answer the whole totality for me. But this whole getting hit with a car doesn't either.
I mean, there's weird shit here. Like, let's say she's found not guilty. Like, I still got to understand why you all sold your house and got rid of your dog and destroyed your phones. And like, I got to know that stuff because that shit is weird.
We were fucking tired of people coming to our house all the time because of what happened. So we were like, we're moving. We don't want to stay here anymore. You know what I mean?
So then you say that, but instead they say, well, we always were planning on moving. Like, wouldn't you incent this tragic thing happened? There were people constantly showing up to look at the yard, look at the house. And we just got, we got tired of it. So we moved. That's a reasonable explanation for moving. Mm-hmm. And especially leaving and taking a hit on the house.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Just
so they said that legal
so the bulkhead door was shut
enough to cover up for attacking John. I don't think it has anything to do with loving Chloe enough. My opinion would be the liability that the homeowners would have for having their dog with a bite history or any personality problems of that dog, and then it coming back on them and them being liable specifically in a wrongful death suit.
Yeah.
And not to mention he was a cop, a Boston cop, which is the same as Brian Albert, how much shit he would take that his dog killed another Boston cop.
I don't know. It's weird. I mean, if I'm looking at the two, it does make more sense because I know how dogs act, right? Like, I know how they react. So like back when I was pregnant, my ex-husband would like pretend to hit me to get the dog because he's like, when I go to like leave to work away, like I want the dog to be able to protect you, which I thought was stupid because I'm like, what's going to happen when the dog eats you alive?
Yeah, it's
you going to be mad at him because he?
I see his point, but that's not how you do it because now the dog's just never going to like him.
Exactly. But I 100% I could see a dog, like if you are getting into a fight with somebody, even if you're raising your voice, they get bent out of shape. Not all of them, but Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't your dog jump in if you were getting into a fight?
Mm-hmm.
And that would then give you more reason to cover it up. That ain't just the dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Or it was just it was just a dumb thing that happened, and they were drunk and were like, "Fuck, what do we do?" I don't know. I can't come up with a reasonable enough scenario that I'm like, this is what happened to John.
Let's say this. Like, let's say an accident happened, right? If you were drunk and stupid and you made a stupid decision after the accident happened, then when it comes time to like explain what happened, that stupid thing you did might be the thing that's like what you're actually worried about. Like, we weren't really worried about the accident he had, but that other thing that we did after that is what's going to get me in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I hate to say this because I obviously don't believe this story. But back when like with like Harmony, when she was missing, and well, she's still missing, but like people were floating around different ideas. And like one of the things that came up a lot, and this is other cases too, it has been brought up, but like, is it possible that she got into some drugs and then she died? Now, this might not be a great example, but let's say, okay, that was an accident, right? That was an accident. You just tell them what happened. It was an accident, you know? That's a different story than, oh my God, we're high and she did our drugs and died. What do? We're high as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's chop her up in the bathtub and hide her. Well, then you come down and you're like, oh my God, like at that point you can't tell them that it was an accident because you done another crime. So
True. Are they renting now that they sold the house? Are they renting, or did they buy that place? It's just smaller. There's a whole thing
they are
that
renting.
they were going to downsize, but they still have the same amount of kids living at home, so that doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, I think they are renting because I think also Chris Albert, like when he sold his house that was on Meadows,
Yeah.
they rent too. Yeah, like covering up the thing that's the bigger crime.
But I know that with Chris Albert, their big thing was that D&E Pizza wasn't doing well.
Yeah, or some people are doing crimes, right? And then an accident, like a completely unrelated crime. You didn't do anything to this dead body, right? But you're doing other crimes. And then a dead body is here on accident.
Yeah,
well,
shit. We don't need no dead body.
Correct. So I can think of like other reason, but like they would have to have evidence of that. And they were never able to get their phones, I don't guess. So or like, and I always thought about this too, was like everybody was drunk and they were driving around or whatever. Even the ones that weren't drunk, like let's say Allie McCabe, and this is just hypothetical. Let's say she like wasn't drinking, she was a designated driver. She got into an accident, she hit John. I don't think John was hit by a car, but you get my point.
Yep.
Would
you're gonna save Allie McCabe?
100%. A kid who has their entire life over an accident. Yes,
Yep.
I absolutely think these people would absolutely not want her life to be destroyed over this accident.
Would also destroy their lives. You have one cop that's in Canton. You have Chris Albert, who's already killed a man. You have the other one the other brother, the youngest brother, Albert brother, that did the hit and run. I mean,
dude, the audacity
you got a problem as an Albert McCabe.
The audacity of saying this is a hit and run when the Alberts literally have almost all of them have a history of hitting people and killing them or severely injuring them and running while fucked up is insane to me.
Right.
It's
like this is their MO. This is like what in the family for sure.
It's so crazy. I'm like, and it's like, okay, so something did happen. Like, I mean, you all got away with it. Like, maybe you have like a distorted view of like what's supposed to, like, who hits and kills a person and then flees the scene and only goes to prison for 6 months. Please tell me another person that does that. I watched a woman in this courtroom, not this courtroom, but the bigger one, who I don't even think she killed the guy. I think he like lost his leg And I saw a hearing of her. I'll have to figure out what her name is. Someone might know who I'm thinking of. And she was just absolutely beside herself. Like, it really was an accident. Like, and he felt bad. Like, and there was nothing he could do. He's like, it's not up to me. Like, I wouldn't send you to prison. Like, very just beside herself, very full of grief for what happened. And she was going to prison for longer than that.
That's so sad.
So who, like, how in the fuck did Chris Albert only go to jail for 6 months for killing someone? A kid. I mean, that's crazy to me.
That's because this family just gets away with whatever the fuck they want to.
And they do. So my question is their view of what potential consequences are distorted? If she takes a plea, this will be all over. Like, are they that? Or like, is there a world in which their views are so odd because of their past behaviors and experiences where they think, well, if she takes a plea, it's not going to matter. She'll be like, no matter what, she'll be free in 6 months or so. You know what I mean? Like, not really understanding the consequences for normal people.
But yeah, because they're not normal.
Right.
But also makes sense, like, why Chris goes and gets on the select board when you have one brother who's been, reprimanded or is being reprimanded.
Right? No, Chris killed a man and he's on the select board. He's in charge of the police station. What?
Yeah.
He killed a man.
Right. Well,
He
that's
don't
what I'm
pay
saying.
his
But then you have his
taxes.
brother Kevin at Canton who's getting desk duty. And then you have his other brother over here, Brian, who's basically put into retirement. So where they're like, we need an in still. Like, somebody needs to be able to tell us stuff. And Chris is like, well, I'll just go to the select board and do that because that's all I can do because I'm not a cop.
And people actually let him,
Wait
though.
till
That's
Colin
the thing.
becomes a cop, I'm telling you. Wait till Colin and Allie become cops.
Like, in what world are you going to be like, I once drunk drove, hit a young man named Peter, a foreign exchange student. I killed him. I ended his life right then and there. And I got scared, so I left. But then I turned myself in. And I did my time. I went to jail for 6 months. And now I'd like to run the police department, please.
Right.
And the town's like, yeah, sure, yeah, my vote. What?
Well, most of the towns in there talking shit to him, so.
It's just places don't make no damn sense. Make any sense.
Well, I don't think many people knew about this entire situation, asked Bob, in my opinion, and I've said it multiple times that people wouldn't be following the Karen Reed case if it wasn't for Turtle Boy. Whether people like him or not, it's the reality of it.
Yeah. You think people didn't know that Chris Albert killed Peter until Turtle Boy broke it?
I mean, I think people probably in that area did, but I don't think it was a huge story.
Well, they're the ones who voted for him to put him on the select board.
Did they, though?
Oh, well. Do we have a rigged election? And he obviously doesn't know what he's doing either. Like, have you ever watched him in the select board meetings?
No, I watch. He's such
like, he's entirely incompetent. Like, even when he testified at the trial, he's like, well, I just started being like, he didn't even, they're like, you're in charge of the police department. He's like, I don't really know. It's like, what? Oh, and he's like the head of like the, I almost said Mothers Against Drunk Driving, but that's not it. But like Cantonins Against Drunk Driving.
Right.
He's like the head of that. And it's like, again, the audacity, this man killed somebody drunk driving.
And then they go around and talk major shit about Karen, who even if they truly believe that she did hit him and kill him.
So did y'all.
Who did you?
Like, what?
And you're like, lock her up and throw away the key.
That's called mendacity.
That's called the mendacity.
I'm gonna need a cigarette. Carla said, I'm gonna need a cigarette before this case is over.
Dude, I know.
Well, the defense's case is starting, so I'm hoping we'll be less bored. I can't wait to see the Crash Daddies again.
I know.
Would not have been elected. Few people. Really? I would love to get a poll on the people in Canton just to know who didn't know about that prior to his being elected.
Well, I'm sure it probably wasn't something that was really talked about. It's probably really
I was
put
gonna say,
down.
if it was, if it was swept under the rug far enough, I would imagine maybe
Yeah.
he didn't. And left his 20-year-old Asian girlfriend screaming in the car next to Peter's corpse. Horrible.
Oh, that.
Horrible. These people
I didn't
are
remember
horrible.
that until
Can
Dante said
you?
it.
I just got goosebumps. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, I've not been in that situation, but like, I just could never imagine just. I mean, I didn't even have any part in that thing that happened on the bridge, Teresa. And I mean, I did pull off, but
know
I
you
like
did. You were
parked in a
struggling with that.
7-way intersection and I walked my ass a mile back to tell the police that I had seen it. Like, I can't imagine just leaving something like that. I mean, that's crazy to me. And he runs the town. He has a bunch of money. He's in charge of all the money. What? Yeah, Ken has a.
I wondered how much that played into it.
I do too.
That's sad, but
do
I
too.
do. I question it.
Yeah, I do too. I've always thought that. Like, I to be honest, I always thought, like, I wonder if the thinking was, and as sad as it is to say, is like, who's going to be like looking, like, you know what, like, his family's not, like, maybe they'll think he like just moved to America, doesn't want to talk to them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, these people are weird. And like, and then they have the audacity to call the neighbor the Asian house. What?
Right.
Like, I just think these people just don't care about anybody but like them. Oh, Ask Bob said Canton. I guess they live in Canton. I didn't know. Chris Albert's campaign site was a total fraud. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chris Albert's campaign site was a total fraud. Well, that's why I'm like, did people actually vote for the dude, or is that just you're told that he won, and so he won?
Well,
What do you do? How do you get that audited?
I think what they're saying is like, to all the voters, he was a totally like different person. Like, people did not know that, like, what these people actually were, or what Chris Albert actually was, until he was already voted in. And then they're like, and then all these articles are coming out and shit, and they're like, holy shit, who are these people? Who is this man?
It's true.
All right, let me get through this because you're probably ready for dinner. It's 5 o'clock there.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere for sure.
It was broken, so sometimes you could turn the middle thing to lock it.
Hold on.
Sometimes,
I don't know what he's talking about was broken.
We're in the kitchen area, you could hear.
yes.
The bulkhead door was.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead,
Yeah,
what
how
if
loud
any,
it was.
security or what if was it open? Was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut, and it was broken. So
I don't know if that's a
sometimes
joke,
you
but that's
could
fucking funny.
turn the middle thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what if any other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's
Okay,
also
but
a gate on
Okay, but he wasn't found right directly in front of that gate, was he? Or was he?
the opposite
Yeah,
side
was
of
he
the
actually
house.
back there?
Yeah, was he?
The gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Huh.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something.
Do you see that face?
No, I missed it.
Hold on. What? Just watch him.
That you,
When he says about where that other gate leads to.
Okay.
and the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect.
He's like, oh, I shouldn't have done those train tracks.
Oh, I shouldn't have told him about the train tracks. What the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah.
They're gonna go fucking check the train tracks. Oh shit!
What he looks like. It's like, now I gotta go home and check the train tracks. Make a mental note.
He's like, I gotta make sure there's nothing of John's back by the fucking train tracks. Shit.
God.
To your phone.
Oh.
That was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, There are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes,
Would that include calls?
it could.
Could that also include text?
Yes,
Could that include photos?
yes,
Could that include contacts?
yes,
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
yes,
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
yes,
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's
yes.
got
It
it
was
though.
denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
Yeah, where are they
You
getting
were asked,
multiple
some questions
occasions?
about boxing, correct?
Yes,
Box.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
yes.
Yeah, and
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
Close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes,
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
yes. So within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
yes.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
What you trying to say, Lally? He should have been able to defend himself? Is that what you're saying, Lally?
Now, as far as your house, we used
Oh
to
yes,
live
Lisa
34
Lee. We talked about that the other day. Yuck.
What, if anything, did
And then she
you
did an
observe
interview
or
telling us all
notice
to be
with
quiet.
reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
so oftentimes using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was and it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurs?
Okay. So could that be why John's phone wasn't really showing where he's at? Could that also be why Karen's calls to him are only three seconds?
over the time that you lived there?
Yes,
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation.
Oh, were you taking
It may
pictures?
not have been.
I love how Lally calls having sex a situation.
Yeah.
Were you taking?
That's all he's ever had is situationships.
Were you
No,
taking
he's a
pictures?
bottom. He's such a bottom. He's such a bottom.
Oh,
With
no.
reference to
Lally's too lazy to be a top.
Exactly. He's just like, I'm gonna lay here and smoke a cigarette and do
Oh
what you
my
gotta
God. He remains a potted plant. Oh, poor Lally. We feel bad for you, bro.
the
do. Right, Dante. They
call
have
log,
really
phone
poor
records
choice
that you were
of
shown.
words.
The best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Now, Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
I don't believe you.
Were you
sir.
ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
Which is weird because you sure knew that they listen. You're not going to tell me you didn't know they were invited. You were all there together. Your wife invited people. Brian Higgins knew they were coming. That's why he said, "You coming here?" So don't tell me you didn't know that they were coming there. So don't say that you didn't know that they were anywhere near. Like, if you did expect them and you didn't say, wait, where's John and Karen? Weren't they supposed to be here? Like, you didn't ask that? Whose bio? Here we go.
Hold on. The Chris Albert Select Board. Read the announcement of Chris Albert for Select Board in the link. Read his bio. 2023.
Oh my God! Why does this keep happening?
We'll pull it up.
Are you pulling it up?
Look, I'm going to try to. You probably would have better luck than I would, but.
So the Select Board, Chris. Wait a minute. Where does it say? Oh, read the announcement of Chris Albert for Select Board in the link. Okay. All right. I'm going to hit play and I bet you I can find it.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
Where he's announcing his candidacy, or
That's the one I have up from Canton Citizen.
yeah,
I don't know if that's it.
or is it, or are you referring to one after he was already elected? I think the point was to see what people were, the impression people were under when he was running.
Oh, okay.
You're at the Canton Citizen. Does it say voters back Albert, McCourt in close select board race?
No, I'm reading Albert announces candidacy for Select Board.
So then I guess this is one where you want to get, this was there. There will be some new faces stepping into town leadership positions following a hotly contested local election that culminated Tuesday night at the polls. In all, nearly 4,000 residents cast a ballot in this year's town election, which featured races for select board, school committee, and library. Why am I echoing? Now I'm not. What was that?
I don't know. You didn't echo for me.
In what could be classified as the biggest upset of the 2023 campaign season, political newcomer and lifelong Cantonite Chris Albert rode a wave of homegrown support to the top of the select board ticket, winning 4 of 7 precincts, while Lisa Lopez, the race's lone incumbent and the board's only female, was ousted from her seat after finishing 3rd in the 3-person race. Commenting on his big win on the morning after the election, Albert said the race was never, quote, about him and still isn't. It was about the people of Canton and the town that I love, he said. I have deep roots here and always will. I ran for the people of Canton. I'm humbled by the love, support, and generosity I got from so many of my friends, family, and some perfect strangers. I want to thank everyone who donated their time, energy, and heart into this campaign. We spent many nights all together, huddled, working late into the night. I will work hard for every citizen of Canton. I'm looking forward to the work that lies ahead. Thank you, Canton.
So I think that the point is like as Bob was saying, is like, not because nobody knew about this, people didn't actually go vote or weren't invested in the outcome of the vote, so they didn't really care because people didn't know that Chris Albert was Chris Albert. And anything that had to do with this case or his case prior, it just wasn't publicized. So the people who did vote didn't know anything about it, and the rest of the people didn't know, so they didn't make sure to go vote against him.
It says 4,000 residents voted. I wonder how many people live there.
Well, let's
like
look
voting age. Yeah. You know what? See, Mama. She said, I forgot he said that in trial 1. Everybody welcome. While his wife and him were doing their thingy thing at the same time, everybody was butt dialing on unlocked iPhones. That's a good point. He literally said that when he got there, he went up to bed while they still had guests there. Why would you invite people back just to go to sleep? And your wife said she was just cleaning the whole time. Read the link in the local newspaper. That's what I was reading. I'm assuming the Canton Citizen is the local newspaper.
That's all I could find.
Yeah.
Is this real that they actually lowered in Massachusetts? They lowered the voting age to 16.
What?
I don't know. That's an article that popped up when I was looking at voting age residents.
But how old do they have to be to buy a pack of cigarettes?
30. But only 14 for beer, so you're good.
God damn.
Well, so
And they can get their license at 12.
In
That's what I heard.
2020, they had a total population of 25,000.
Oh, so I guess, yeah, I guess 4,000 is not very much. Canton itself had 25,000 people?
That's what it says, yeah.
Wow.
Canton, Mass.
So, yeah,
in
4,000,
2020 census has a total population of 24,370, and it increased 1.1% by July 1st of 2023. So I just learned 25,000.
Wow. So really, that's hardly any.
Right.
Like, that's not even a quarter. Like, that's barely anybody.
It says currently, as of 2025, there's 24,649 people in Canton, Mass.
Lisa, I don't want to do that because if it doesn't work, then I hate to be the first one it doesn't work for. I don't get hiccups. Like, well, okay, when I get them, they don't usually last. Like, my kid will get them and they'll last for hours, dude. He'll like it gets exhausting for me. Mine just, I'll either randomly hiccup like 3 times and it hurts real bad, and then it won't happen again for 3 years. Or it happens a couple times a day, but I don't. It's just enough to piss you off, but then it goes away. We just knew him as D&E Pizza. Yeah, I guess you would. That is crazy. Because, like, you literally killed a man. A kid. Where is that Twitter account that I used to love that used to make me laugh all the time? It was like some kind of cowboy reference, and not the bad one. It was some type of, like, whatever, and they'd always say they would butt into the other troll accounts and be in my threads, and he'd be like, they would tell him to go repent to Peter's parents and clean the slop shop.
I don't know. I have no idea.
And I gotta go find them. I gotta find them. I know I took screenshots of them the one day because they made me laugh so much. Oh, I think I posted them in the Facebook group. Oh, now I gotta go look.
All right, we'll play this while you look.
Okay. We got
It
like
came up during one of the preps.
2 minutes left.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep. Probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's 2.
so you brought up the fact that you had bad cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly.
Bring up the fact that you had bad cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
Just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours, and the conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony?
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect?
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's, some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He was
Just
going to ask you about whether or not you had bad cell reception at the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for the defense to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Exactly.
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
Got it. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good morning.
No, not good morning. Not good morning.
No, you pipe down, Lolly.
We've been here all day, Lally.
Did you find your Twitter account thing?
No, and actually, I went to the Facebook group because, like, I'm almost positive that I put it in there, and it's only showing one post for me. So I don't know if they like clear. I also think there was a second Facebook group that for some reason I don't know where it is. Remember, there was like two, and one of them was like one like supported Turtle Boy, and the other one was like,
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
it got all messed up or whatever, and I don't even know like which one I'm in, and so I don't know what's happened.
Oh, you'll have to find it so that way we can watch some of the funny clips.
I have heartburn. It's because I ate that wrap. I told you I was going to regret it.
And now you've got the hiccups and heartburn.
Yeah, they're so good though. They're so
Too fucking old, Sleuthy. Too fucking old.
like I probably could have ate like pizza or something and that'd have been fine. But I try to eat a chicken Caesar wrap. Like what? I should feel great. Rude.
Rude. All right, I'm gonna go cook dinner.
Okay.
Probably just gonna not do anything for a hot minute, and then I'll cook dinner. But so we're
What are
back
we-
full day tomorrow. We start off with what's his name? Well, I can't even think anymore. What's his name?
Did Desogra?
Yeah.
Desogra?
Sogra. Why can't I think of his fucking name?
It was right at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, so we'll watch the very last of today where they have another clip of Karen Reed and the Commonwealth rest, and then we'll start with tomorrow morning and we'll go from there. I've got it set up so you guys make sure that you go and hit the bell, so you'll be notified when we go live in the morning. But as always, I know that you guys have 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and tons of people are live right now covering Karen Reed. So if you want to continue watching it, updates on Karen Reed's case, I'm sure you'll easily be able to find somebody who's talking about it out there on the interwebs. As always, Ruthie, thank you for everything you do, and I'm loving the phone log. So it'll be a useful tool, I believe. So other than that, we'll see you guys in the morning at 7 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Central, and 10 a.m. Eastern. And if you're across the pond, you got to do your own math. Other than that, have a good one.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to fall?